As a premier community in Hampton Roads, James City County strives to maintain a high quality of life for all citizens through sound fiscal management and legislative actions. In an ongoing effort to increase transparency, your Board of Supervisors holds public meetings to garner citizen input before making important decisions. Here's tonight's meeting agenda. Stay tuned. The Board of Supervisors meeting will begin shortly.
I'll call this meeting of the James City County Board of Supervisors to order for a purpose of a regular meeting. Mr. Stevens, please call the roll.
Mr. McGlennon?
Here.
Mr. McGlennon represents the Roberts District. Ms. Larson?
Here.
Ms. Larson represents the Berkeley District. Mr. Hipple?
Here.
Mr. Hipple represents the Powhatan District and is Vice Chair of the Board. Mr. Eisenhower?
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower represents the Jamestown District and is Chair of the Board. Sitting to my left, a little further than normal, is Adam Kinsman, County Attorney, and I'm Scott Stevens, County Administrator. It's my pleasure to be Clerk to the Board.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, and we will note that Ms. Sadler is not able to attend. She's, after being quite ill for a while, she's on a well-earned family vacation and will be back with us at our next meeting in September. So, we will begin the meeting with a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance, flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we have no presentations for the meeting, and our public comment, we've had one audio that has been passed to the board members, and we've actually already responded to the individual on some of the issues. So thank you for folks who do want to give public comment. We will try to get back to you and listen to what you have to say. We are now to a consent calendar, and we have 13 items on our consent calendar. I'll go through the list. First is minutes adoption. We had an amendment to the minutes of our last regular meeting that was accomplished before the meeting. Number 2 is grant award Commonwealth Attorney, Virginia Domestic Violence Victim Fund for $73,934. Grant award Commonwealth Attorney Victim Witness Program, $183,260. Number 4 is grant award COVID-19 Urgent Need Program Community Development Block Grant for $348,104. Number 5 is grant award Virginia Homeless Solutions Program COVID-19 Emergency Shelter Operations, $22,183. Number 6 is grant award HUD CARES Act Administrative Funds, $22,420. Number 7 is grant award Mainstream Program Housing Vouchers, $49,269. Number 8 is grant award Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development COVID-19 Virtual Training Support, $2,000. Number 9, grant award Stormwater Local Assistance Fund Grant, Woodland Farms Phase 2 Stream Restoration, $132,062. Number 10, contract renewal Microsoft Enterprise Software, $678,774.24. Number 11 is 20-14537, annual engineering services. Number 12 is conveyance of utility easement to JCSA. And number 13 is resolution of support for smart scale transportation funding applications. And I will look to the board for a motion for the consent calendar if no one has anything they want to pull for separate consideration.
So moved.
Of a motion, Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Hippel,
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We now move to our public hearings, and I would like to acknowledge that in the audience this evening is our Planning Commission representative, is Ms. Barbara Null, whom some of us have just met for the first time, so welcome, and thank you for serving on our Planning Commission. Page 2. Okay, number 1 is we are going to have ordinance to amend and reordain Chapter 22 Wetlands. Ms. Liz Parman will give a staff presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Before you is an ordinance to amend Chapter 22 Wetlands of the James City County Code. In its recent legislative session, the General Assembly amended the Virginia Code to prioritize living shorelines as best management practice for wetlands boards. Permit applications to the Wetlands Board now must include a statement regarding the use of living. The proposed ordinance before you amends Chapter 22 to reflect this change. It's largely a housekeeping measure to keep our county. Questions?
Questions for staff? Yeah, open the public hearing. No speakers for this? No, sir. Okay, we'll close the public hearing and look to the board for a motion.
Motion for approval?
Motion for approval. Mr. Stevens?
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Hippel,
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, next, we have ordinance to amend section 15-41, additional assessment for electronic summons system. Mr. Andrew Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, it's my pleasure to formally introduce Mr. Mullen to you. Mr. Mullen is a rising 2L from the greatest law school in the Commonwealth, the University of Richmond School of Law. So, hand it off to him.
Reputedly.
Reputedly.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Andrew Mullen. I'm the current intern in the County Attorney's Office and a rising second-year student at University of Richmond Law School. I'd like to thank you all for having me tonight, as well as everyone in the County Attorney's Office for having me this summer, especially considering how rare in-person internships are this year. Tonight, I'm presenting an ordinance to amend Section 1541 of the County Code. Section 1541 creates an additional assessment of $5 as part of the cost of each criminal and traffic case in the James City County Williamsburg General District Court and Circuit Court. This assessment is collected pursuant to state law for the purpose of funding software, hardware, and associated equipment costs for the implementation and maintenance of an electronic summons system. Because of the way Section 1541 is written, the additional assessment is not being applied to criminal and traffic cases in the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court. If adopted, this ordinance will amend this section to include all district and circuit courts in James City County, ensuring that the assessment is collected for criminal and traffic cases in Circuit Court, General District Court, Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, and any future district courts that may be established in the county. This ordinance includes other small housekeeping changes, but all other existing language regarding the assessment and disbursement of the fee remains unchanged. Thank you again for having me tonight, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
This is for Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Mullen, could you give us some idea about how much of an impact this will have on revenues for the county?
We don't have an exact number. I'm sure we could get it to you, but the main purpose of this is just to make sure that the fee is being applied equally to all of the courts in the county.
And is this a result of action taken in this year's General Assembly session?
The state law is from 2014.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, we will open the public hearing. Have no speakers. Okay, we'll close the public hearing and look to the board for a motion.
Motion for approval.
We have a motion for approval. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Mr. Hippel,
Aye.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, ordinance to amend Chapter 1, Section 1-2 of the James City County Code. Mr. Adam Kinsman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This proposed amendment is definitely housekeeping in nature. It's from me becoming very frustrated looking through our county code and finding at least 4 to 5 different references to the Code of Virginia. So this adds one definition that brings all of them under one umbrella.
Creative thinking.
Certainly cheaper than changing about 60 pages of the county
So
code.
there it is, okay. Any questions for Mr. Kinsman? Okay,
Thank you.
the public hearing? Close the public hearing.
Motion to approve?
Motion for approval. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are now to ordinance 20-003, consideration of amendments to the zoning ordinance regarding inoperative motor vehicles and oversized vehicles. Ms. Parrish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Proposed ordinance amendment before you this evening are intended to address two issues. One, the keeping of inoperative motor vehicles on residential, commercial, and agricultural zone properties 2 acres in area or smaller. Keeping of oversized vehicles in residential areas. Currently, the James City County zoning ordinance regulates inoperable vehicles that do not display a valid license plate or valid, which are not shielded or screened from view in areas zoned residential or commercial. Recent charter amendment permits additional authority to regulate inoperable vehicles for property zoned agricultural less than 2 acres in size and vehicles which do not display a valid license plate or valid inspection. This change will allow staff to more effectively address citizen complaints received, which will enhance and protect the visual character of the community. Proposed changes before you this evening regarding inoperable vehicles include separation of the definition into 2 subsections and added property zoned for agricultural less than 2 acres. Added a definition for shielded and screened from view as mirrored in the state code, and clarified civil penalties applied to inoperable vehicles located on property zoned for residential and commercial. It is important to mention that the county does not regulate the keeping of vehicles that are under current active restoration, shielded from view, or vehicles bearing an antique or farm use license plates issued by the Department. Secondly, over the years, staff has received various concerns and complaints with parking and keeping of oversized vehicles on property zoned for residential purposes. Complaints include large dump trucks and tractor-trailer trucks on properties in residential neighborhoods when they're not in use. At this time, the zoning ordinance does not address this issue and has limited ability to address the concerns when oversized vehicles are not associated with a business activity on the property. During the review, it was determined that Chapter 13, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, was also necessary to review, as the update to the zoning ordinance would only apply to private property. Proposed amendments are before you tonight for both Chapters 24 and Chapter 13. These amendments include identify certain oversized vehicles that are being regulated, and 2, list exceptions to common and expected parking of oversized vehicle in residential areas. It is important to note that staff is not recommending any regulation when an oversized vehicle is located and used on a farm, parked near a location where it is being used for work purposes, or parked temporarily for loading or unloading items. At its May 6 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the proposed amendments. Staff recommends approval from the Board of Supervisors on the ordinance revisions in front of you. I'll be happy to answer.
Questions?
Let me just start by, first of all, thanking Ms. Parrish and Mr. Kinsman and everybody who put in work on this very complicated issue that resulted in, I think, a very positive outcome for the county because of the work that you did to get this addressed through the county charter and the like. However, it is interesting to me that we may actually be able to take this issue a little farther than we had recommended to us in this particular instance, and I think there's been some communication to you both about the possibilities of further clarifying or strengthening the ability to address these issues, which are a real concern to a lot of our residents who feel rightly that their property values are being damaged by the maintenance of unkept property. So I just wonder whether it makes sense to defer action on this item tonight in order to allow further consideration of some strengthening of the proposal in front of us today, or whether we can take action on some of what's presented tonight or all of it and then still come back in September with some additional clarification or strengthening.
So I agree with that. I very much appreciate what you do. I know that I probably come across curt, but sometimes but it's so frustrating to people in my neighborhood. And, I hear property rights, well, okay, but when your property is not being taken care of and you are directly impacting someone else's property, that's not okay either. That's getting into someone else's property rights. And this is a huge problem in my district, and it's a very populated area, but I think as I shared, one street over from me, there's a yard with 3 cars that have not moved in years. And I will also digress just a moment and address the antique tag issue, which is something I hope we can move forward on our legislative agenda, because that sometimes is a way that people get out of having to deal with a car that they've let sit and become abandoned. And then you have to, and I've got a problem with that in my district as well. So I'm interested in trying to, what are your thoughts and Mr. Kinsman's thoughts about trying to push it up a little further?
Certainly open to pushing that up further. And I believe if I'm hearing correctly, based on the emails that we did go back and forth, are really referencing to the county code allowing one inoperable vehicle to be covered by a car cover in itself. That's not screened from view or in a structure. And it seems to me, based on reading the state code, Mr. Kinsman and I looked at it and was like, we can limit, but that limit could be reduced to 0. So that could certainly strengthen the enforcement of it. I will say that a lot of people do cover their cars because we do run into certain situations where there's no tag or there's no title and they may need additional time, or it's grandpa's car and it's a sentimental value. So those are some of the cases that we do run into that does allow them to keep that vehicle for other purposes.
Sure.
So, but certainly I am very open to going back and working with the county attorney's office to make sure that we're in compliance with the state code and bring back those changes if that's the desire of the board.
My question would be for Mr. Kinsman. Would it be the best way to accomplish what we're trying to do? Would it be to send just basically to defer action and let you all do those changes, or should we do what we have before us tonight and then come back with additional changes? What would be the appropriate, the easiest from the workload standpoint, I guess?
I think the cheapest would be to just defer that one change to Chapter 24, because then we don't have 2 changes in the Unicode that we pay for. And our paralegal Ray will thank me for that. You guys want to take action on the changes to Chapter 13? I don't think that's affected by what you're talking about tonight, so you could adopt that and then go ahead and defer any action on 24, and then we can bring that back to you, which essentially is eliminating the ability to have a tarp over the car and then look at the limitation how many outside of an
And that is in which one, 13 or?
13.
It's 20. It's 24.
24.
So if you defer action,
so we'd defer action on 24 and take action on 13.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then so that would be basically 2 separate resolutions then.
You have 2 ordinances before you. One of them is to change Chapter 24, and one is to change Chapter 13. You can adopt the 13 tonight and then defer action on 24. We'll make the necessary changes and bring it back, advertise and bring it.
So can I ask a question regarding enforcement? So how often do you get these types of calls?
Now, I was looking at the numbers. Last year in 2019, we had roughly a little over 50 complaints and about 34 violations. So it comes and goes, kind of ebb and flow, depending on the time of year. A lot of trees will let go of their leaves, and then all of a sudden we have extra cars kind of popping up. But I would say we average around 50 years. And the enforcement action is what we do, is usually county goes out and identifies if it's truly an inoperable vehicle. Now, a lot of times before this ordinance amendment, you have to be missing both the inspection sticker and the tags in order to be considered inoperable. This change, if it's less than 2 acres or zoned in those 3 districts, you only have to be missing 1 in order to say it's inoperable. So that gives us a little bit more ability to be able to ride by from the street and identify if it's truly falls into those categories. Then we send a letter to the property owner and give them 30 days to either fix it before covering it, and that might be a different issue, or getting rid of it. And if they don't, then we'll give them an extra 15 days, try to reach out to them, call them. We really try to work for voluntary compliance before we inevitably have to take someone to court to either fine them or have it removed.
And you work on a complaint basis. You're not out in a looking around for cars that you think are not I mean, I guess if you saw something that was obvious.
Sure.
But
well, and a lot of times if we receive a complaint on a particular address, we'll kind of look at the surroundings and see if there's other ones, so we're not looking like we're pinning one particular. So we do right up and down the street in a particular area should we receive.
Question. If the property is located way back in the woods and you ride down the road, you never would know that is the same follow that piece of property as all the others? A1, would that follow that same?
If A1, if it's less than 2 acres, but it's completely shielded from ground level from the street or adjacent property owners, that's considered shielded based on state code. Therefore, we wouldn't have the authority to regulate that. However, if the next door neighbor, if I could see it from their property line, then we would have the evidence to pursue the violation.
So if there's landscaping or fencing that obscures the view from the adjacent property or the street, then you wouldn't have any basis to act.
Now, if it was A1 property and say they had 10 vehicles, then there's a use in the zoning ordinance that says it's an automobile graveyard. Then we could pursue that action, and then that would take it out of the inoperable vehicles. So there's a couple different avenues in A1. More than 5 represents an automobile graveyard, and that's a use. That would require a special use permit from that.
And how about mobile homes that have been abandoned in the woods?
Mobile homes, I don't believe, fall under this. However, we have gone out, or at least our building and safety and permits have gone out to identify whether that's a safe structure or not, and if it's features that we.
Now, how about we're catching vehicles and all that, but we have some neighborhoods that the yard isn't a lot of stuff in the yard. It might be important stuff to those people, but it's a lot of stuff. And with that comes rodents and tall grass and all that. And I'm not trying to, to them it's very important stuff. But everyone else living around them, it may cause an issue as far as rodents living in there and that sort of thing, and just their property values. And that's why, what do we do in those cases? Because you can have a couple vehicles in there, but also have lawnmowers and chairs and couches and all kinds of stuff out in the.
It's a judgment call. More than 200 square feet of discarded materials, junk, either would have to be special use. Send staff out there, take some pictures. We'd determine whether or not it would fit in the junkyard definition, and we would send them a letter. With high grass, unless it's zoned for agricultural purposes, which affects R8 or A1, then we have the ability to say, hey, it's too high, please cut it, or we'll have it cut. This is our time of year now for high grass. We have a lot of high grass violations. So we're identifying those. But A1 and R8 are a little bit different as it comes to high grass. However, if there's household garbage within all that material, we would identify that under 10-4, send them a letter saying that you have 10 days to clean that up, because that does promote rodents and snakes and other crawlies that go in there. So we want to make sure that those things get called. Junkyards are a little bit more tough. We tend to try to work with them to identify areas that they of importance to clean up first, and then we kind of make an action plan and go forward. Some properties are easier than the others to try to get cleaned up.
And we've had some citizens out there that have sentimental vehicles that one day they're going to fix up, and hopefully they get fixed up to how they want them. But they collect after a while. If they're back far enough that you don't see them from the woods or no property owners have any issues, then they'll remain. I mean, I'm trying to I guess we're not looking to go out and tag everybody that has vehicles. We're more or less trying to adapt to the people that are calling in with concerns and property value concerns, and it's lessening my property value because of these items. But there's a lot of places that have vehicles, and they're going to do something with them eventually, and they're saying, but it may be somewhere back in the woods that have 6 or 8 vehicles that they're swapping parts and that sort of thing to create one. Unless we get a complaint on that, we're not going to go out and look
Right,
for
yeah,
that.
we don't actively pursue those. We would only do those on a complaint basis. Now, if we did get a complaint, say in the neighborhood, then that's when we kind of
Right.
look up and down the road to make sure that we're just not, looking at one property, but we're looking at the entire street.
And neighbors are, neighborhoods are totally different because, the way it's set up, and, everybody's living in a closer, and I've got some neighborhoods in my area and rural too. So it's kind of a balancing act to try to, find the.
But an A1's a little bit different too, because if it's over 2 acres, it goes back to you can have up to 5.
Right.
And then over 5, should we get a complaint or we see it or something along those lines, then that might be the automobile break situation. But no, we don't actively pursue unless we get the.
Let me come back to one that I actually had in my district, and it was 3 vehicles. One was in the front yard covered, which was removed. And this was a lot that was less than 2 acres. It was in the built-up area. And there were 2 additional vehicles in the back. You could not see them from the street, but you could see them from the neighbor's backyard. And there was some question when it was being worked on as to whether you had to be able to see it from the street to be able to enforce, or whether if the neighbor was the one that was complaining, you could go into their backyard with their permission and see that it was a problem, that you could then take action on the others.
Yes, if the property owner who's complaining, or if we talk to another property owner on the other side and we get permission to go and look from their side, and we're able to determine that they're. We can't look at vehicles from a second story. It has to be at ground level.
Okay. Thank you. Alrighty.
Somebody drives down the road and sees something, and they call you because of a complaint, and they're not a neighbor or anything, and they call you and you can see it from the road, then you can take action on that. Okay.
Any more questions for staff? All right, we will have our planning commission representative, Ms. Knoll, come give the report on the planning commission meeting.
Evening.
Now that they're changing it, at consideration of ordinance 003, zoning ordinance regarding inoperative and oversized. This was considered by the Planning Commission on May 6th and passed with a recommendation to approve by a vote of 7-0.
Questions for?
One question. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
There you go. 24. Okay. Look at the. Sure, I have the ordinance. We'll keep us straight on the paperwork when we, because it's a little hard to follow through on exactly what's in the folder. Okay, so at this point we will open the public hearing. Any speakers? Close the public hearing, and I will look to the board for.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the changes in ordinance, chapter 13.
Change to chapter 13. All right. Do we have to have a separate motion to defer on the other one? Okay, good. So we have an ordinance a motion to approve the ones in chapter 13. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Motion for postponing,
For chapter 24.
yeah, 24, chapter 24.
Postpone. Stevens.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan,
Aye.
Ms. Larson,
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now, we go next to ordinance 19-0005, consideration of amendments to the zoning ordinance to address combat tactical training facilities. Mr. John Reisinger. Did I pronounce that correctly? Okay.
Evening to the board.
Evening.
On August 13th, 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted an initiating resolution directing staff to explore amending the zoning ordinance, find combat tactical training facilities, and to exclude it as a permitted use in agricultural and residential zoning districts, and to evaluate its appropriateness in the M2 General Industrial District. Accordingly, staff analyzed development proposals from other localities as well as the county's zoning ordinance. Staff determined that a definition could be created for combat tactical training facilities without listing it in any use list. Staff also evaluated the appropriateness of including combat tactical training facilities as a specially permitted use in the M2 district. The primary purpose of the M2 district is to establish an area where the principal use of land is for industrial operations which are not compatible with residential or commercial service establishments. Staff determined that combat tactical training facilities would not fulfill the intent of the M2 district since it is not an industrial use. Staff proposed creating a definition for combat tactical training facilities within section 24-2 definitions and not including it as a permitted or specially permitted use within any zoning district. The draft ordinance was reviewed in a series of policy committee meetings. At its May 14th meeting, the policy committee unanimously recommended approval of the draft ordinance. At its June 3rd meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the proposed ordinance amendment to Supervisor. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the ordinance amendment. I am happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for staff?
I don't think so.
At this point, nothing could come in as far as training and tactical combat zone. Am I looking for?
If staff received a development proposal, they would work with the zoning administrator to determine which use it would fall under, and if it was determined that it met the definition of combat tactical training facilities, then it would not be allowed within any zoning district.
There'd be no districts at all.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank
Ms. Null, we'll have you come back up again and give the report on the Planning Commission.
In 190005, consideration of amendments to the zoning ordinance to address combat tactical training facilities. This was considered by the Planning Commission on June 3rd and passed with a recommendation to approve by a vote of 7-0.
Any questions from Ms. Null? Thank you. So, open the public hearing. Any speakers? Close the public hearing. Look to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Number 6 is our ORD 19-0007, consideration of warehouse, storage, and distribution centers in mixed-use zoning district. Mr. Thomas Weishaupt.
Good evening to the board. On August 13, 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted an initiating resolution directing planning staff to explore the impacts of amending the zoning ordinance to either remove warehouse, storage, and distribution centers from the mixed-use district or to allow this use as a specially permitted one. Accordingly, staff analyzed the intent of the mixed-use zoning district and compared the impacts of these two options. Staff concluded from this analysis that warehouse, storage, and distribution centers are not a use that most fully fulfills the intent of the mixed-use zoning district. However, it is possible that the county could receive a proposal in which this use is appropriately scaled, designed, and located within a mixed-use development and serve as a support use for other uses that are allowed in the mixed-use district, such as light industrial and development uses. Therefore, staff's recommendation is that this use be reclassified as a specially permitted use. Staff's analysis and recommendation was presented for review and discussion by the policy committee, which concurred with staff's recommendation and unanimously voted for the ordinance amendment to proceed as drafted to the Planning Commission. At its May 6th regular meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the ordinance amendment. Staff recommends the board approve the attached ordinance amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Questions?
Would you give an example of light industrial?
Good question. I can picture it in my head. I don't quite know if I could describe it. Sort of light, large scale industrial development. I know that's not very specific, but that's what's coming to mind.
It could be something like a company makes signs for businesses, or produces T-shirts and other novelty items through a manufacturing process.
Correct.
Something like that. Not heavy manufacturing, but
yes, a lesser scale. Yep.
Would it be small cell storage?
A self-storage facility?
Small cell storage,
Well, that would fall under this category. So if this were approved, you would have to get a special use permit.
SUP for that.
Yes, sir, to do a self-storage facility.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you. Well, we'll come up for the planning commission.
Ordinance 190007, consideration of warehouse storage and distribution centers in the mixed-use zoning district. This was considered by the Planning Commission on May 6th and passed with a recommendation to approve by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Okay, we will open the public hearing. Okay, close the public hearing and look for a motion.
So moved.
Okay. Larson move the ordinance. Please call the roll.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Number 7, for the 20-0008, proposed ordinance and policy amendments to address Code of Virginia changes regarding wireless communication facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. In 2017 and 2018, the General Assembly passed legislation requiring changes to how local zoning ordinances may treat applications for wireless communication facilities. Those state code changes, combined with recent Federal Communication Commission decisions, are intended to support the deployment of 5G technology. During a series of policy committee meetings, staff presented the draft ordinance language to the following sections: definitions, Division 6 communication facilities, each district's use list, and the policy for performance standards for communication facilities, antennas, towers, and support structures that require a special use permit. Staff proposed changes to ensure the county zoning ordinance complies with state and FCC regulations, and amendments to the use list for each zoning district to ensure that the use list did not conflict with the Division 6. Additionally, staff proposed changes to the policy to remove text that is covered by the zoning ordinance or that is prohibited by state code. Prior to the final policy committee meeting, the county's legal consultant reviewed the draft ordinance and definition changes for consistency with the Virginia State Code and FCC regulations. That review produced minor edits, clarifying the timelines for application reviews, and added a few additional definitions. At its December 4th, 2019 meeting, the Planning Commission adopted initiating resolution by a vote of 6-0. At the February 13, 2020 Policy Committee meeting, the committee voted to recommend approval of the draft ordinance and policy to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors by a vote of 3-0. At its June 3rd, 2020 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the draft ordinance and policy changes to the Board of Supervisors by a vote of 6-1. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve of the draft ordinance language and the policy changes. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Got a couple. The I can't remember if it was the PDC, the TPO meeting, where we talked about the 5G, and they said if you have antennas right now, they're going to be different antennas, but if you have antennas right now, you can count on having 400 to 500 times more antennas than you have right now for the 5G because of the reach and that sort of thing. I know there's antennas going down Ford's Road now that are on poles. And they're talking about these antennas, not like we're used to, those big towers and that sort of thing. They're smaller antennas. They're going to be put on light poles. They're going to be put on traffic lights. They're going to be put on signs. And they have to have X amount in place in order to make the system work. Now I see that they've been installing this year antennas down Ford Road, and they come off the pole and they're kind of like a box almost. Is that part of that 5G network that's coming through? Do you know? I
have not reviewed myself.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we even seen that application through the planning department.
And it looks like they're just sticking them up, and that's what they evidently, and because I asked about this early on with the TPO and the PDC and all, and evidently they can come in and put them in the area regardless if this board says we like that or not, because there's evidently an overreaching power that allows the communication side for this 5G to start sticking them up, and they don't have to come in front of the board or anything else.
Yes, so the state code does state that it would be, the most we could do is a site plan for the towers that you're talking about. There is a maximum number of towers that can be on one single site plan, and there are some criteria of how high they can be. So I believe it's up to 50 feet high within the right-of-way, and they have to be 30, no more than 30 towers per application.
And I don't know if these are connected with Virginia Power or what, because they're on their poles. But they're about 1.25 miles between each one that have gone up this year, down Ford Road especially. And you know what I learned is there were going to be so many of them put out through the community, because they can only go but so far in order to keep the system the strength that it has to have. So they've got to have multiple ones in there, and they said they're going to put them on everything they can stick it on. If there's a pole up, they're going to set these things up, and I guess they're radio waves that go between these antennas to power these things. I don't know, but I'd be curious to know if you find out anything, if you would let the board know how this interacts with our community. And you really don't notice it too much on the pole, but I would think on traffic lights and that sort of thing, and I'd be worried about our Opticom system that we have for our fire and police, that if any of this goes on poles, that doesn't interact with the light changes that the fire department needs in order to get through a situation safely.
We'll have the requirement for them to be reviewed by the fire department. The intermodulation study, I believe it is, that
right.
Is still part of the site plan application.
Okay.
So that aspect won't change.
If you would mind, if you check with the chief and see if he knows about the ones going down Ford Road. They're the first ones I started seeing. I don't know why they picked that area, but maybe they noticed that I needed 5G out there by my place. I couldn't get it from Cox, but no, they're doing very well.
I reviewed one site plan for a small cell facility. I believe it's Steeplechase Apartments. They placed on top of a light pole there within the parking lot.
Okay.
It's just like we said, the smaller.
It's about this big, about that tall. Has a little antenna that comes out of a white box, and then it goes back about that far off the pole, is connected back to the pole. So it'd be interesting to know when you get a chance, if you wouldn't ride out there and see if you can find out from somebody that, you know, what is this going on? And they're just, and you don't, if you didn't see somebody out there putting them on, you may ride by there day after day and never realize it's up there on the pole. But I kind of noticed some of that stuff like that.
It's fair to say that, first of all, that the intent of these changes are to bring us into conformance with state law and federal regulations, which have been shoved down our throats by the Federal Communications Commission, if I can put it delicately. And their basic approach is that local governments really shouldn't interfere with the development of this network by demanding any kind of standards be applied to development. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think it is important for people to understand that, you know, and I'm sure I'll vote for this because we want to be in conformance with what the laws and regulations are, but I will do so unhappily because I think we should have the right to at least expect certain standards of development. The example that Mr. Hippel's citing, and I don't know that these are those, that 5G, but just the notion of placing them on electric poles, electric power poles, when we're trying to take down those power poles and put them underground as much as possible, means they're going to have to find some alternative kind of location, or we're going to be stuck with power poles in places we might not want them. So I hope everybody understands that in approving this, we would simply be making sure that we are compliant with federal and state law, but that we don't think it's good law.
More questions?
Thanks.
Okay.
Statements.
I believe this one is, we'll have Ms. Knoll come up one more time.
On number 20-0008, ordinance and policy amendments to address the Code of Virginia changes regarding wireless communication facilities. This was considered by the Planning Commission on June 3rd and passed with a recommendation to approve by a vote of 6-1.
Can you give us any indication about why the one individual?
I'm sorry.
Why the one? What the reason?
I don't remember what they said. I can't remember. That was
probably along the lines of what your concerns.
I don't. Yeah, they didn't recommend. They didn't talk about the little boxes or anything like that. But I don't remember exactly what the discussion was.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we will open the public hearing. No speakers on this one again. Close the public hearing and look to the board for a motion.
Statement before we,
Sure.
you know, I know this gets pushed down to us, and we have to. It's the same thing with all the and I love the natural gas and that sort of thing, but you know, all these things are popping up, and our community is not in control of. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put this here, and we're getting more things pushed down on us that, you know, we have to approve. Not that we want to approve. I mean, some of us don't. I think all of us don't. But you know, once again, this is another item that gets plopped in our community that, you know, if they would work with the communities and, you know, like our businesses do, you know, they may build a different McDonald's here than they build in Carolina because of how we want things to look and what we want things to be. And so when we get this overreaching power that says you will do this and put this in place, it doesn't give this board a chance to go, hey, our citizens expect this, and now we're sticking these boxes all over the community. So know that it's power ahead of us that's putting us in a position to do something that we have to do, but not exactly want to do.
With that, are you going to make the motion?
Me?
Move the motion.
Okay. We have a motion. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel,
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlennon.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are now down to SUP 20-0011, 2944 Chickahominy Road Manufactured Home Replacement. Mr. Leonard.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Ms. Sandra Kimry of Clayton Homes of Newport News has applied on behalf of Ms. Miranda Sadler for a special use permit to allow for the placement of a manufactured home at 2944 Chickahominy Road. The property is zoned R8 Rural Residential, is designated rural lands in the comprehensive plan, and is located outside the PSA. Manufactured homes outside of the PSA require an SUP. There's an existing manufactured home on the site that received Board Supervisor approval on November 20th, 1989. The existing home will be removed and replaced with the new manufactured home. Staff finds the proposal to be compatible with the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, surrounding development, and recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve of this application subject to the proposed conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is available as well. Thank you.
Questions for staff? All right. I need the commission open the public hearing. We have the applicant. David Wilson, if you wish to speak, or okay.
I realize you have to follow regulation. Bachelor home with
If memory serves me correctly, I believe it's going to be placed on a regular foundation, as cinder block foundation, as opposed to skirts. Okay. Any questions?
The only question, so they'll be able to, the hookups that are currently there for sewage and.
already obtained.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's the only speaker. We'll close the public hearing and look to the board for a motion.
Motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, number 9, height waiver to HW 200001, King of Glory Lutheran Church. Still on there again.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
And your
And members
workout
of the
today.
board.
What time's that T-ball game?
I got 10 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Greg Warren of Land Tech Resources has applied for, on behalf of King of Glory Lutheran Church, for a height limitation waiver to permit the construction of a cupola not to exceed 90 feet from above finished grade. The King of Glory site is located at 4897 Long Hill Road, is zoned R2 General Residential, and is designated low-density residential on the adopted comprehensive plan. The height waiver is required because the proposed structure exceeds the 60-foot height limitation imposed by the R2 zoning district. In 1996, King of Glory received a height waiver for a steeple with a maximum height of 85 feet. This steeple has been removed, and this height waiver request will replace the previous request. For section 24261, subsection 3 of the zoning ordinance, structures in excess of 60 feet in height and not exceeding 100 feet in height may be erected only upon the granting of a height limitation waiver by the Board of Supervisors. Staff finds the proposal meets the 5 criteria for the approval of a height waiver found in section 24-261, subsection 3 of the zoning ordinance, as outlined in the staff report. Staff recommends the Board of Supervisors approve of this height waiver subject to the conditions. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is available as well. Thank you.
Questions for staff?
Who's across?
Yes.
We'll open the public hearing, and we have Mr. Hopke, applicant, available. Do you wish to speak for the board, or? Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing, and we'll look to the board for a motion.
Motion for approval.
Approval, Mr. Stevens, call the roll, please.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. And number 10, SUP 19-0012, Tiki Tree and Landscape, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Hayden's Place LLC, doing business as Tiki Tree and Landscape, has applied to allow a contractor storage yard at 6283, 6293, and 6089 Centerville Road. The parcels are zoned A1, General Agricultural, and a contractor storage yard is a specially permitted use on property zoned A1. The parcels are located within the primary service area. In addition, only the parcel at 6283 will be used for the storage area. The parcel belonging to Mr. Timothy Soderholm and Ms. Ashley Marie Campbell will be used for an office and restroom facilities, while the parcel belonging to Mr. Bruce Gilliam will contain an access easement to the storage yard from Centerville Road. Staff recommends conditions which are intended to mitigate the impacts of the use and preserve the residential character of the home. Such conditions include screening from adjoining parcels and Centerville Road, limiting vehicle access to Centerville Road, and requiring a revegetation plan. Staff considers the proposal compatible with the 2035 comprehensive plan as a use of very limited commercial nature and located on a collector or arterial road. With the proposed conditions, staff finds the proposal compatible with surrounding zoning and development. At the March 4th, 2020 Planning Commission, the motion to recommend approval passed 5-2. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve this application subject to the conditions included. This time I would be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I believe the applicant is here as well. And I have, just before the meeting, the applicant submitted more comment letters. I'm not sure, would you?
We received those.
And these are in addition to the ones.
Oh, in
we
addition,
received.
okay, that's fine. Okay, are there any other questions for staff?
Has there been any, I know we've gotten some complaints. Do you know how many complaints we've gotten?
We have not received anything since one call just before the Planning Commission that had concerns about fencing. They were an adjacent neighbor. They had concerns possible encroachment on property, but to my knowledge.
And the entrance to this will be?
Entrance will be on Centerville Road. If they want to go through parcel 2, they'll need an easement to go through parcel 2. Parcel 1.
How will we work that out?
That would be part of the site plan process. In that site plan process, that's when they would need the easement if they want.
So what's allowed at that property right now? What can that business be doing there?
At parcel 1?
Parcel 1.
Parcel 1. Currently that is currently that being used without an SUP, so that would not be but not at a contractor storage yard.
So is what type of landscaping work is being done there and is allowed on that parcel?
So the parcel would be used for the business only. No customers would come in. It would be to store equipment or an after a job. All work, all customer interaction would be off-site. Landscaping would be part of the conditions. That would be part of it'd have to meet land requirements during the site plan process.
So we've received some indication from neighbors that there's grinding going on there, that there's work being done there currently. Is that an allowed usage right at this moment?
it's for personal, all usage. There's no resident can.
Sure. I don't think it was an indication, there was an assumption that it wasn't for residential use, so,
I'll let the applicant speak to.
okay,
that type of work.
all right.
Will we require a commercial entrance to this? And that's gonna be a commercial piece of property or used as a commercial piece? And if we do we have enough entrance between that and the house that's beside there? Also, do we have two houses on that property? One a trailer and one a house at this point, without the extra buildings?
The house in the front, I believe, has been property not being occupied. We would need to
Is the trailer in the back able to be rented?
not sure that
Because I am a little familiar with the property, and one thing I would have concerns about is having a joint venture in there as far as a residential, commercial venture going on the property. You've got a couple rental homes possibly, and you've got the property as well as the using it for the landscaping, and then I'd be concerned. I know on my property is I'm limited on what I can do on Richmond Road where it is commercial, and what I can bring in and bring out at different times. So, so we've got a question on entrance, how we're going to get in and out of that facility, and what's going to come in and out of that facility, and whether there's enough room between the property line and the house to create an entrance. And is VDOT going to allow us a third entrance in there? Are they going to keep the other entrance on parcel 2, or is that part of parcel 1? But it looks like in the drawing here that the entrance to parcel 1 is coming off of parcel 2. So then, and I know the gentleman who has parcel 2, but don't know if there's an agreement, or when we put something on an SUP and then all of a sudden we overlap it with, okay, if you have an agreement with your neighbor, then are we putting an SUP on parcel 2? And does parcel 2 want an SUP on parcel 2?
Parcel 2 did sign on to, Mr. Gilliam did sign on to put the parcel as part of the SUP. So that would allow the use of the commercial. We'll need to work out the actual commercial easement. As far as commercial access, that would still have to meet the site plan requirements.
So we're talking about then parcel 2 being also part of the SUP.
Parcel 2 is part of the SUP. It is just potential access, and that would be if they got the easement through there.
That's where I'm worried about. If parcel 2 sells tomorrow, where are we? And I'm worried if parcel 2 was part of parcel 1, then I could see something here. But being that we're gonna make an agreement and then parcel 2 gets sold sometime down the road, it could be 10, 15 years down the road, 20 years. But then how is this all tied in? And okay, I've got right to come across your property. And well, I didn't know that when I bought that, and how things go. I think it's cleaner if we're entering on parcel 1, we enter on parcel 1. We don't come across parcel 2 to get to parcel 1. And, I could understand if it was maybe if we were building a house back here and said this is the entrance we're going to use, but I also need to know with VDOT what is this creating here on Centerville Road? Because I know Centerville Road very well. Grew up down just past Centerville Road, and it's busier and busier every day. So it's more and more traffic. And in fact, while I was at Parcel 2, saw an accident years ago in front of Parcel 2 that slid all the way to Parcel 1, where a gentleman was hit on a moped.
And went through, case went out to the different agencies. There were no anticipated impacts due to traffic, due to the low amount work vehicles. 5 to 10 weekday peak. I found that existing
I know when we talked about it several years back, Parcel 3, it wasn't going to be allowed because of the access on Settlers Lane. And now we purchased Parcel 1 so that we can get access out to Centerville Road. And I'm just looking to have this as clean as possible.
There would be no access from Parcel 1 to Settlers Lane.
But there's a driveway that goes all the way back to the property line. What's to open that gate up? And
part of the conditions would involve fence, a gate small enough to prevent vehicle traffic between Parcel 1 and Parcel 3. Have to meet that at the we've Parcel 1 as a commercial parcel, Parcel 3 residential of a home occupation, and like any other residential property or parcel next to a commercial, have access between.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good evening. So some of those details, the applicant has his design engineer here, and they may be able to round out that conversation.
Okay.
Worked and have a lot of experience. So I would expect a commercial entrance requirement, and certainly VDOT's expectation with their policies is that if it's an existing parcel, they will allow a new curb cut to be put in.
I guess my question is, it appears from that you, with the house up front, you really don't have the ability to have a curb cut and access totally on Parcel 1.
A lot of existing structures already.
Okay. So it would be very questionable whether you could do that. That's why the Parcel 2 is being incorporated, so that they have the ability to have access back to Parcel 1.
But it's not being incorporated. That's two different owners.
True, but essentially, Parcel 2 is listed in the limitations on the SUP. So my understanding would be, correct me if I'm wrong, if this were to pass, this SUP applies to Parcel 2. That parcel sells tomorrow. The new owner is stuck with that.
Correct. Mr. Hippel stated it correctly. By signing on to the application, that owner has obligated himself to the SUP, which, as you know, runs with the land forever and ever until it goes away by the board.
Now and I know we'll probably bring them up, but the buildings that are in there, are they in compliance? They're close to the line. The existing buildings, I know they're existing buildings and they are what they are. I know the Connex box can be moved back and forth wherever, fits. That's not a big deal. And then there's a lot of, it appears to be impervious cover I know in my small lot, I've spent $50,000 on a BMP, and I didn't have a third of that impervious cover on mine. And, but it looks like from this, that there's been a lot of impervious cover added in there. Did that go through the permitting stages? Because I know I got hung up at a church when we just re-graveled it and didn't add a thing. So I'm just going from history that I've received for myself. So I see a lot of impervious cover added back there. Was that?
So no, that was not permitted, and I think Ms. Larson again stated it correctly earlier, that this use as a contractor's office is not permitted without an SUP. A lot of this use was established prior to any permitting. County staff responded to it on a complaint basis, and here we are trying to work through the SUP. So you will see a lot of conditions that staff has proposed in the staff report, one of which is an attempt to retrofit some of that impervious surface, because certainly impervious surface and impervious coverage for a commercial business is very different than if you were just out at your house and put down some stone in the backyard. Different expectations. You do have to attenuate for stormwater. Again, I think the design engineer is aware of what those needs are, has had some preliminary conversations with SRP. But again, you will see, because this is an after-the-fact permitting issue, that's one of the reasons why there are so many SUP conditions proposed by staff to try to retrofit.
That's a good point, because when we went over this several years ago on Parcel 3, and then we went over this at Laurel Landing, the applicant knew what was expected and what wasn't, but then decided to do this on Parcel 1.
Correct, and really moved over to Parcel 1 as a result of the consent order from being in violation.
Trying to get some background and I'll leave the rest.
More questions for staff at this point? Okay, thank you. Stand by, we may call you back up. Okay, we will have Ms. Knoll.
The special use permit 190012 Tiki Tree and Landscape. This was considered by the Planning Commission on March 4th, and the Planning Commission recommended approval with a vote of 5-2. And I explained the two.
Yes, please tell us anything you recall about the discussions and the conversation.
Sure. Yes, the gentleman that lives next door. First of all, I live at Colonial Heritage. I'm on Centerville Road every day. Probably once a week there's an accident. Also, there's a walking path along there in front of this property, just for information. The one gentleman that came in said that since the gentleman has been bringing his trucks in there and so forth, he's been hearing trees coming down all times of day, Sundays and so forth. And he doesn't think that that's personal, but the gentleman, obviously the gentleman applying, said that it was personal and he was cleaning up the property. Personally, I don't find the place compatible, what he wants to do compatible with the area. It is totally surrounded by houses, residences. And so I voted no, and so did another gentleman. And it just looks like a junk pile back there. I'm sorry, it just does.
Any questions for Ms. Knoll? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will open the public hearing. And Mr. Timothy Soderholm, the applicant.
How are you doing? My name is Timothy Soderholm. I'm the applicant.
Address as well, please, for the record.
6293 Centerville Road. I live at parcel number 3 that is on the SUP. I'm also one of the owners of Hayden's Place and the owner of Tiki Tree Service. To answer some of your questions, Mr. Hibble, I had an engineering, them come out and site survey the lines. Those lines and stuff are a little bit off from the satellite image right there. The entrance way and stuff to parcel number 1 actually is on parcel number 1. The only part that goes on to parcel number 2 is 1 tire width when we're going around the tree. The reason why Mr. Gillum signed the agreement and stuff was because he wanted access to his own backyard in parcel number 2, and because we have a roundabout around the storage buildings there in the center, on the way back out and stuff, 1 tire and stuff actually crosses over the line. Now, I told him stuff that I can move the driveway, take out that tree and move it over and stuff 10 feet. If that's what you guys require, then I'm just taking down another tree and stuff instead of asking for his permission of 8 inches and stuff for traffic that goes back there, and allowing him to bring in his trucks and trailers to do service the backyard of his rental property and stuff there. Now, there is an agreement in between me and Mr. Gillum and stuff that if the SUP and stuff goes through and stuff, then I have the first right and stuff to buy parcel number 2 and obtain the 3rd rental house and stuff from him. But it was substantiated on the special use permit and stuff going through. To give you guys a history and stuff on parcel number 1, the front house is a 750 square foot 2-bedroom house that is rented out stuff to a single mother that's probably giving birth to her 2nd child stuff today. The trailer in the rear is rented out to a single mother with 2 children as well in the back, and they both work within a mile of the residence. I live at parcel number 3 with my wife and 4 kids, and we are trying to obtain the special use permit and stuff only to park our trucks and trailers on a A1 agricultural land with an agricultural business. Agricultural land, as you guys know, is approved for limited commercial activity. We are limiting it to going out in the morning, coming back in the evening. We're limiting it to parking. We're not doing work on the property unless we are servicing the multi-home facility that is there. I wear many hats and stuff where I'm a husband, a father, and a business owner, and I maintain Hayden's Place LLC, which is the rental property to the rear where we would be parking the vehicles. Beforehand, the entire area and stuff that you see with impervious cover was in fact stuff a driveway at one point and was rocked. The few years that Mr. Gillum let the 2 residences go into disrepair, and he was in the midst of moving from parcel number 2 to his new residence. A lot of grass grew up through that, and because of that and stuff, we mitigated the problem when we removed all of his, 19 vehicles, 23 lawnmowers, 4 dirt bikes, a 3-wheeler, 2 golf carts, and I could go on and stuff, what he has, because he's a tinkerer. He had a lot of small engine parts there. Since then, when we moved all those vehicles, we also had to do mitigation on the property and stuff because there was bamboo and trees that had come up through his classic chassis of all these Broncos and trucks that he had acquired over the years. So when we did that stuff, we erected up the first 120 feet of 8-foot fence along the left side of parcel number 1. And in that time and stuff, we also took down 2 trees that had dropped big limbs through the back of my pole barn. This is where the first complaint and stuff from 6273 Centerville Road came in. He called the county and stuff on me and stuff because I took down 2 trees that were uprooting and destroying my property. And just because I own a tree service and I had just acquired the property from Mr. Gillum, we had a 1-year agreement that Mr. Gillum was allowed to get all of his trucks and trailers and all of his stuff off of there. Before that year even expired, the county and stuff told me that I had to go ahead and get the SUP, which we went ahead and immediately filed for. And I've been in constant communication and stuff with the county since 2009 and stuff, moving from parcel number 3 out to Mount Laurel. Then I was, when it was denied stuff that April, that property sold in September. By the end of that year and stuff, Mr. Gillum had agreed to sell me the property and stuff here. I took the first 8 months of that year and stuff and renovated both houses, the front and the rear, had them rented out, made them a better part of the community and beautifying them. In fact, I fixed the front house completely out, gave a new walkway, all new inside, new cabinets, new fixtures, new everything like appliances, and now the manager of the Dunkin' Donuts up in Lightfoot and stuff resides there. Parcel number 2 was a matter of fact because a tire goes over the line, stuff for 8 inches. Hopefully it becomes mine and stuff here in the very near future. Parcel number 3 and stuff, we added that because we already have an at-home business permit stuff there where the office resides. So when they required a bathroom, we used an already set up office and bathroom that is adjacent to it, which I live at as the manager of parcel number 1 and as a private residence. I would love to answer any questions that you guys have for me and stuff to take care of any of the miscommunication.
I guess my question would be, why? It's not like you haven't been here before, so
right.
Why start business without obtaining the proper permitting?
Well, my equipment has dual purpose. Okay, my equipment and stuff, I'm a sole proprietor for a reason because I own my equipment and stuff. It's privately owned. Now, on A1 agricultural land, you're allowed to have a tractor. I use my tractor and my equipment and stuff to maintain that long driveway. I also use my bucket trucks and stuff to take care of the liabilities of dead limbs and stuff that were left up in 2.5 acres and stuff of this property. If I'm gonna have single mothers with children playing in their yards and stuff, I had to take care of those dead limbs, dead trees, and those liabilities if people are going to be outside on that piece of property. Now, I took that first 8 months and I renovated the property and everything, and that was what the noise complaint from 6273 was because within that first year, I was actually doing 10 years worth of maintenance that needed to be done on that property.
So absolutely none of your business activity was taking place on that property except for the clearing of the
renovation
property.
Of that property. I don't bring other people's trees home to chip them on my own land.
On your the rendering, it still shows that property, the entrance to the property is still on 2 instead of 1.
That's where I will probably veer you over to AES and stuff, which they did the survey on the property and stuff, which that's when they found out stuff that only about 1 foot to 8 inches and stuff worth of a tire width goes on to parcel number 2.
Is on your on what you've presented to us, it's an entire driveway.
That was taken off of county websites and what the satellite
actual
overview. It wasn't actual. That's the
survey.
reason why I paid for a survey to be done so we could get actual.
All right, yeah. Yes, come forward, please. Thank you.
Ryan Stevens, AES Consulting, Old Town Road. This is the GIS imagery, and since we did the submittal, we have done survey work in the field, verified the line work, that the encroachment wasn't like it showed there. We just haven't updated the images and SUP documents to.
And the length of time this has been going on, I'm just wondering why we don't have that information in here, because it you know, I'm looking at, okay, it's a whole driveway, and now I'm hearing tonight it's just piece of a tire. So that gives me some worry as far as, you know, I know a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort goes into bringing this to us. So I understand that and very cognizant of that. But, you know, with all that being said, it shows on both maps that the driveway is on Mr. Gillum's property and not on parcel 1. And I have no problem if, you know, one day you buy parcel 2, you know, it's all yours. So but the thing I worry about is, we all worry about it here, is when parcels are sold, if something happens and all of a sudden, because the SUP goes with these parcels, and, you know, so all of a sudden it starts muddying the water. I thought I had this, no, I have that. The SUP carries on this unless you come back and have it removed and taken off. So those are concerns there on just that one. And other board members, if you have some, I know that Ms. Sadler, she couldn't be here tonight, and she talked to me as well on this, and she had, you know, quite a few concerns from other neighbors, and noise and grinding. We were presented with a sound email that listened to actual grinding going out on the property in the back. Can you explain that? What was happening there?
Do you have those names and addresses and stuff? Because the only complaint that I'm aware of is 6273 that has been recorded, because every single one of my neighbors down Settlers Lane and adjacent properties have signed affidavits and saying that they are all in support and stuff for what's going on.
Everyone down Settlers Lane?
Everybody down Settlers Lane and stuff, as long as I went through the right motions and stuff, everybody down Settlers Lane are all in favor of parcel number 1 and this SUP. The only person that has complained is 6273, as that I'm aware of and stuff as of right now.
I've gotten one complaint from 17 settlers.
17 settlers.
And I didn't see where.
I believe 17 settlers, Ms. Borman. Ms. Borman also said that if I went through the right channels and stuff to obtain the SUP, that she would be in support of that. That was more of upholding the law, the letter of the law and stuff.
With all due respect, that's not the message we've received from her.
Okay. Any other questions for? Thank you, sir. We have also Nearly Major from attorney, applicant.
Yes, and good evening. And
Could you recite your address for the record as well, please?
Yes, I've been hired by Mr. Sutterholm for Hayden's Place, and I'm Virginia Lee Major, BL Major Attorney at Law. My office is currently a virtual office, so the address is Post Office Box 145, Charles City. I think Mr. Hibble understands. Okay, and honestly, I was here to answer any questions that I might be able to, but I think that Mr. Sutterholm, Mr. Stevenson are more equipped to answer these things. Mr. Michael Hikus is also here, and he is Mr. Sutterholm's and Tiki's attorney, and has been so for the other two properties and the other two SUPs that Mr. Sutterholm had filed. all I really wanted to do is, if you all would allow me to read a letter that we received today in support. It's an email. I got it after I was already here. And it's from a local realtor and a direct neighbor of Mr. Sutter Homes. It's Diana Flitchko DeVille. And she writes, she's on 5 Settlers Lane. And she writes regarding Tiki Tree and Landscaping SUP. Greetings, Board of Supervisors members, and a gracious hello to each of you. My name is Diana Flitchko DeVille. I reside at 5 Settlers Lane. My property directly adjoins the property under your consideration. I have enjoyed living in my home approximately 15 years. As well, I have known TJ Sutterholm and his family for 15 years and am familiar with his struggles to comply with our firm zoning ordinances. I've also held a real estate license for almost 35 years and hold dearly our rights of property ownership. Mr. Sutterholm is one of the most hardworking individuals I have ever met. His properties are clean and very well maintained, and have added substantially to our overall property values. The character of his business does not negatively impact our property values, nor does it affect any of our property rights. Noise level from the Sutterholm's property is no greater than that of other neighbors in our neighborhood maintaining their properties. We all have rights to take down dead trees and put up fences as a right within residential ownership. We also have rights to maintain and make improvements. I have watched TJ dot his I's and cross his T's as he has jumped through every hoop necessary to meet with the compliance set forth for approval. The SUP before you is just that, a conditional use permit and not a permanent zoning change. I strongly support the approval of this SUP and ask you to pass it simply because it is the right thing to do. Thank you for your consideration. Diana Flitchko DeVille. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
But it is a permanent zoning change to that particular
SUP
piece of
goes with the
property,
land in
correct? And
perpetuity.
also the other parcel? The 2? Okay, all right.
All right, any other questions? Okay, well, we'll close the public hearing and I'll look to the board for discussion. If while you're gathering your thoughts here, Michael, I will ask my question if you don't mind.
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Holt. See if I understand this correctly. Parcels 1, 2, and 3, what are their current zoning?
I'm correct? All 3? All 3 are A1 general
All 3 are
agricultural.
A1. Is that the same for, do we know, for the houses that are down along Settlers Lane as well as along Richmond Road?
We can check here shortly in a minute and confirm that.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that because I was looking and I wasn't totally sure on how that worked. Let me ask a question about condition number 2, limitations. Is only the following activities associated with the project shall be conducted on parcel 1. And then it specifies maintenance of equipment and vehicles, and storage and loading of materials on trucks and trailers. All it says. Parcel 2 shall only be used for access to the project. Parcel 3 shall only be used for activities consistent with a home occupation as defined by the ordinance, bathroom accessibility for the project. And it has a whole bunch of other stuff. Does the rest of this apply to all 3 parcels, or is this only apply to parcel 3?
The SUP is for all and covers all 3 parcels as well as the master plan.
I'm talking about this specific limitation though. Because you see the way it's written, it says what you can do on parcel 1, what you can do in parcel 2, and what you can do in parcel 3. And then there are 4 lines of other things, and it's confusing to me because it says, for example, no retail sales, including the sale of wood or wood-related products shall occur. No mulching or stump grinding shall occur. Storage, stockpiling of soil, landscaping, debris, gravel, stone, or other landscaping shall not be allowed on the property. all of that. Is that only, it's not clear to me from the way this is worded that applies to all three parcels.
That limitation applies to all three, and that's defined up in the preface to the conditions, where it says, sort of midway through the sentence, parcel 1, 2, and 3 collectively referred to as the property,
Project.
capital P. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that's how we've written it, and it would be interpreted.
All right. So now let me understand a little different. So we have A1 property, and if in the absence of the SUP, what would be allowed on this property? Those things that are listed, if they were being, for example, the applicant says that, you know, this is my property, I'm going to go out and maintain, I'm going to trim my trees, I'm going to grind up the stuff, I'm going to do things like I would do, maybe, except I wouldn't grind it up on my property, I'd take it to the convenience center. But, you know, it's the maintenance of an individual's property type of thing. What is he allowed to do in the absence of the SUP and then when we, with the SUP, how does that change?
The property cannot be used as a contractor's office and storage yard without the SUP. So you can maintain your property, but you know, it's like you would do on the weekend if you're a homeowner. You go to Home Depot, you go to wherever, rent the equipment, use the stuff, cut your trees down, take care of the limbs, whatever, and then all the equipment goes back. Part of what makes this the use is that storing of that commercial equipment on the property.
In the absence of the SUP, he has personally owned equipment that he would have maybe to work with on his property, but he would not be allowed to store it on that property.
For the personal vehicles, yes, not the commercial equipment.
Okay. And how do you differentiate?
It goes to the commercial nature. So I don't have all the details. That was a big part and parcel of what the Board of Zoning Appeals considered when the original application for this came through. There was an appeal of the zoning administrator's decision that the equipment he had on the property and the equipment he was storing here, he appealed the zoning administrator's determination that that was not commercial equipment. They came in with the argument, again, I'm generalizing and summarizing, that it was all personal equipment. The BZA upheld the zoning administrator's determination based on a review. They had photos of all the equipment, they had descriptions of all the equipment, that it was all commercial grade equipment and it was not personal use type vehicles that one would normally have parked at your house. And the BZA upheld that determination.
So with that determination, in the absence of an SUP, that would not be allowed to be
right. That equipment would need to go be stored off site on a site that
he
has
would still
permitted.
be allowed to come in and do maintenance on his own property.
Sir.
And if that included cutting down of trees and grinding of trees and stuff, there wouldn't be any particular restrictions in the absence of an SUP other than it would apply to anybody else.
Correct.
Questions? Thank you.
What constitutes a commercial vehicle? Because if I own a commercial vehicle privately, what is a commercial vehicle? If I have a dump truck, but I own it privately, but I may rent it out to a company, is it a commercial vehicle?
If it's used as a primarily in support of the business, then as a commercial vehicle. If it's your own pickup truck that has a company sign on it that you bring home each day, you know, that's not. But all the commercial grade equipment, if that's what's primarily used for the day-to-day business operation of that commercial enterprise, that's business related equipment.
But what if it might be used by that, but it might be owned privately and rented to that?
Doesn't matter. It's still commercial because that's what's used for the business.
So how would that be proven?
The easiest thing would be to provide documentation of where that commercial equipment is stored, not on a residential piece of property.
So his equipment can't be stored at this location?
Correct. Not without an SUP. And it can't be included under the home occupation permit either.
But with this SUP, he can then store his equipment.
Correct.
But then can he use his equipment on the site to maintain his site, but can he bring things I think what some of the neighbors have said is their biggest worry is not him or his character. It's more of, will this end up slowly becoming a grinding place or a, storage yard, or, and everybody know how construction is. The owner could have one plan and be working very hard on it. And next thing you know, the guys have opened the back gate and they're driving through Settlers Lane to go to the back and circling back around and going out. And he goes out and says, guys, we can't do that. We're not allowed to, you can't use this instead. And then something happens and it can be very tough. And the owner may not be at fault on something like that. That would be one of my concerns is as far as, and especially with, construction, you're hiring people, some of them stay for a long time, some of them don't stay as long. This is, if this was out, not surrounded by houses, like Johnny Timbers is back off Centerville Road, been there forever. He's back in the woods. He's doing his stuff. He's bringing in logs and that sort of thing. And he operates his facility there. And so and when houses built around him, they expect that. That's there. But when we put something in an area with houses around it, we've got to be very careful, especially with an SUP, that it conforms and works well with the community that is existing. I hear some of the neighbors talking about, what a fine job he's doing and everything else, and don't doubt that one bit. I see his trucks on the road all the time, and he's constantly staying busy. And that's a great thing. I hope all our businesses do that. But I'm a little worried about how we're putting this together, because there's a lot of moving parts, and it all works good in this meeting. But then when it gets out in real life, it's up to the county staff to make sure that everything is running the way it should. And it starts out and years go by. If this gets sold, not that he'll do anything, but if this gets sold, then what happens there? Well, I thought I could do this. I thought I could do that, if it went with the owner, it's one thing, but when it goes with the land and stays with the land, that's when it gives me some concern, because he's probably going to run his business as long as he possibly run it and do a great job and be willing to work with everybody and do what he needs to do. But it's that, okay, if it gets sold, just like Mr. Gillen's place, if it gets sold, then we're adding multiples onto this. And those are the things that I think we as a board need to look forward to and consider that within the environment we're in as far as the neighbors around. Well, that's amazing.
Mr. Eisenhower, to answer your point, the zoning map is up the entirety of Settlers Lane, and you'll be able to see it on your monitors as well.
Okay.
It's all zoned A1 until you get to Colonial Heritage.
Okay.
On the backside, which is the blue mixed use.
I guess the other question I had was the idea that we're being asked to provide an SUP for business, if you will, that is co-located on the same piece of property, essentially, with two rental homes. That's a little unusual, isn't it?
It is. So you see more of a separation.
Any other questions for staff?
How does this affect the community character of the area?
We have attempted to put within the staff report a number of SUP conditions to ensure landscaping and to get at a retrofit, if you will, again, of some of the existing fencing that's been put up, which is not consistent with what you would normally find in an area adjacent to residential or along a community character corridor.
Can you just give me a sense of how much commercial activity occurs in this area that's on the map?
Well, as you can see, I'd have to get back to you on a more specific inventory. I mean, certainly, as you can see, from the zoning map, we've got A1 zoned property
Right.
and colonial heritage there on the north side of the road, and rural residential and some of the residential subdivision on the south side. I think we've got Handy Ice in close proximity. I think there might be a
Rose Garage.
a car repair place, and a couple of things as you get sort of underneath the power line easements in there that have been there for a minute, but all of that land is zoned for agricultural and rural residential.
And we, Ameshire settlement, that's still A1, even though that's all still A1. I knew the front of it was.
It's been there a long time.
It has.
Long
I
time.
can verify that. I know that, and I can't speak for Ms. Sadler, but she had voiced some very big concerns, and this is in her district. She'd voiced some very big concerns of how it was all coming together, how the parcels were interacting with each other, what the entrants were and what they weren't. And I know we talked earlier today, and she was not satisfied with where we're at right now, and worried about this project definitely being in the proximity of the homes and what may happen within the property itself. But you know, I told her I would make that statement, but that's not exactly her words, but close I can come up with.
So we're now in board consideration of this?
No, we're on last public hearing, but we have closed the public hearing and we are now having a discussion.
Closed the public hearing, that's what I mean, yes.
The board discussions and awaiting motion.
So, I'm really uncomfortable with this application, and the reasons basically stem from the fact that there is so much that seems to be, I think as Mr. Hipple said, continuing to be in motion, moving parts here. You know, usually you come into meetings and by and large, you've got the information ahead of time. You know, where is the drive access exactly, on which parcel is it located, and so forth. You know, the relationship between the residential properties and the commercial activity, whether it's storage or more active than that, is unclear. We received these letters, you know, today during the meeting. So, you know, I guess my sense is that there are enough red flags out there, from my perspective, to not want to make a decision that will run with this land.
The things that concern me, you know, we have a lot of folks in this community who've said, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. We've had some folks who say, yeah, I do have a problem with it. And, you know, it's not just a popularity contest. This is one of the things we are required to take due consideration of what we are, that our action is permanent. It runs with the land. If we approve this, until the applicant comes back and asks for a change, it stays. It's forever. So, as Mr. Clinton said, I think we have to be very cautious anytime we are doing land use cases like that. And the two things that bothered me was the impact this would have, or does have, on what is essentially a residential community. And it's especially with the fact that you have two rental houses on the same piece of property where you would be conducting a business, which is a little unusual. That bothers me. And then the other thing is that I do know we do have a couple of other fairly small businesses down along this road, but in the entire stretch of it, I think from Centerville all the way up, they're typically only located right under that power line right-of-way area. Where it's really the same effect on the residential. Bother me. I will look to the board for a motion.
Motion for denial.
Mr. Hippel? Aye. Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower? Aye.
Okay. Now move to board considerations. Our next is contract award, Chickahominy Riverfront Park Living Shoreline, for $1,450,949. Mr. Darrell Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If you've spent much time at the Chickahominy Riverfront Park, you may have noticed the severe erosion problems along both the Chickahominy River and Gordon Creek shorelines. In some places, the erosion is so severe that there are fences at the top of the slopes from potential injury. Erosion not only presents a safety issue, but also endangers the park infrastructure and quality of the waters. The project proposes to address the erosion problems by stabilizing the eroding shorelines using a technique called a living shoreline. Instead of hardening the shoreline using riprap revetments, which are large rocks, or using bulkheading technique, living shoreline protects the toe or the bottom of the slope at the waterline using low-profile rock structures, and then creates either small wetland areas or sandy areas behind these rock structures that provide habitat for plants and other aquatic life. Eroding shorelines are graded back to a more stable slope and then approaches the environmentally preferred alternative, shoreline stabilization, as it provides habitat for plant and aquatic species, improving water quality. The graphic that you have of the park shows the four areas that are going to be stable. The project will stabilize approximately 2,200 linear feet of the eroding shoreline. Shown on the graphic, segment A, which is on the Chickahominy River, will have slopes graded to a more stable slope with the toes of these areas protected with rock, marsh sills, and marsh creation. The project's been designed around the existing cypress trees in these areas so that they will be preserved along the shoreline. Segment C is erosion just along the edge of the shoreline. It is a marshy area, but there is some erosion right at the it'll be stable. The area will be stabilized with core logs, which are tightly woven coconut fiber rolls. Protect the edge of that. Also be some cypress trees. Segment D, short section that will be stabilized, will be regraded and stabilized. Construction cost will be offset by a 50% cost share grant from the Virginia Environmental grant in the amount of $781,900 awarded to the county with funds from the James Water Quality Improvement Fund that was set up by Dominion Energy, part of the permitting process for the crossing of the James River by the aerial. The project has a short construction time frame as work in the water cannot start before September 15th. Must be completed no later than February 15th. The reason for this is that the Virginia Institute of Marine Science considers this portion of the Chickahominy River estuary as the most productive striped bass nursery in the state. So while the regulatory agencies support the project, they want to minimize impacts on the
Well, first, I just wanted to say that I think this is great that we have been able to get this grant. I worked with the Environmental Endowment as they were developing guidelines for this program, and I'm really pleased to see that they took seriously the need to devote significant amounts of the funding to James City County. Say anything about the power lines themselves, but I'm glad to see the endowment spending that money very quickly before any possible change might occur in federal courts. But I am a little curious about two things. One is how this recreation of marshland occurs, and secondly, how confident are we that they can get this finished during this time period?
Well, the marsh areas are created. If you look at your graphic, you see the areas. These rock sills and some could be considered all breakwater profile. Extend out into the water a little bit, and you'll see that there is room left behind the rock structures that is protected from the wave action, and so the wetland areas. They're accessible generally, and this is a preferred shoreline stable.
So the matting collects the soil that may be running off of land, or in terms of creating the marshy area around the cypress.
Well, it'll be, again, soil will be brought in, and
how about the timeline?
Well, I'm a little concerned about that. I mean, that time of year is hurricanes and things like that. I mean, we have a contractor, on board, and they know the scheduling. We have feel that it can be done. It's they just have to bring it.
What would happen if it wasn't finished? Can they basically suspend the process for the spawning season and then come back once again?
But I don't know. I mean, that may be one option that they would have to do, but also heard that depending on the water temperature at the time of, say, in February, and I don't know much about it, but apparently that is a consideration. Maybe if it's
colder, they may not.
They may
not have started.
May allow them to continue working for the year. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it gets done.
Thank you.
I'd imagine too, with liquidated damages, they'll definitely finish it. It's nice to see the pictures that you provided and how much erosion we have, more than I had realized since being out there. But it's amazing when you set up some of those almost breakwaters in there, and I've worked with companies with that, how much you set it up and the wave action allows stuff to go behind it and build up and build in other areas. And it's really neat to watch the water work to your favor and distribute sand and soils in areas and the engineers know, when they're setting it up, that if I put it at this angle, at this degree, that it's going to set so much sediment per year behind that area. And it's amazing. I didn't realize until I started getting involved in some of that, how much engineering goes in behind it, where you put it. And you go by and look at it, and there's a bunch of rock in the water, and you don't realize, you come back and there's sandy beach behind it, and you're like, well, let's put that in. And that's coming in and building behind it. So this would be a good project. Thank you.
I was going to ask the same question about the timeline, so I appreciate Supervisor McGlinnan asking that. You'll keep us updated. This is such a beautiful part of our county, and so I am glad to see that it's getting some attention. I appreciate what you're doing, and I also have, since you're here, I have to give you a shout out for working so diligently on the Green Springs Trail with the beaver problem. And I know I drive you and Scott crazy when I send the text and the emails about the beavers, but if you're halfway successful with this project as you have been with the beavers, we should be in pretty good shape. So thank you for all your help there.
Thank you. Okay.
Do we
have a board discussion, so we're looking for a motion.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Let's call the roll, please.
Ms. Larson?
Aye.
Mr. Hippel?
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan?
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower?
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. And the last one for board consideration is delay of consideration of short-term rental applications. Mr.
Oh, we got the brickyard.
Brickyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't leave
I
me.
checked.
Don't leave me.
I skipped right over. I did that on purpose. Steve.
Yes, you did.
Okay, number 2, contract to purchase Brickyard Landing Parkland. Carla Brittle.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. At your June 9th Board of Supervisors meeting, the board left a $687,500 purchase of property for the creation grant was awarded to Brickyard Landing Road. Currently, the county owns and operates a third of an acre in the center of the site, known as Brickyard Landing, which includes a boat ramp. The purchase of this additional property will be used to create a passive adequate parking Chickahominy River. County staff has negotiated a purchase option from the landowner for the property for appraised supported value of $1,375,000. Before you now is a memo and resolution that will enable the county administrator. Final clearance has been granted.
Questions?
No questions.
No question. Great to get this property and to have the state participate with us in doing so.
This is going to be an exciting piece of land, and it's in my district, and that makes it even nicer for me as far as.
Yeah.
But,
is it going to have cable access out there?
Is it a Wi-Fi hotspot? You could take your kids
That's
down there
right.
for their homework.
And fish. Too.
Yes.
And this piece of property is really going to enhance our ability to get on the Chick. And I know everybody up that way is all excited about the possibility of purchasing this piece of property. And it's great. Not only can we purchase it, but we can get half of it in grants. So that's a better deal altogether. It's just going to give us one more thing for Parks and Recs. And we've got all this water around us, and everybody comes and says, well, where are the accesses? And so as we slowly build these accesses to the waterways, it's going to really enhance us in 40 and 50 years down the road. This is when it's really going to be a top-notch place to come to and see that. And little would they know that this board is doing everything they can to protect that and keep it in place. So I will, when you want to bring the motion, just let me know.
You can bring them out. All I would add is that since I've been on the board, and John's been here longer, we've added Chickahominy Riverfront Park, and we've added Jamestown Beach, and those were the very first. We never had access, and so to have another one, it's phenomenal. I think it's really great. We'll look for a motion.
Motion for approval.
Approval. Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you for your work, Ms. Brittle.
Now, number 3, delay of consideration of short-term rental applications. Mr. Kinsman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, at your June 9th meeting, you asked to have a resolution brought before this meeting indicating that the board was going to delay consideration of any short-term rental application for a period of 1 year. That's for all applications filed after June 1, 2020. So that means your next application that you would consider, except for the one that's already in the system, would be June. That's the action you'd like to take, then I recommend you adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Okay, so moved. Mr. Stevens.
Mr. Hippel.
I'd like it to be shorter, but yes.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we have board requests and directives.
Let me just bring up one item. I noticed that we are moving toward an ordinance revision that would allow for beekeeping in residential neighborhoods, but that the Planning Commission also made a recommendation that we think about adding other districts as well. And so I guess if we're bringing the ordinance revision in September, which I think is right, is that right? Yeah. That we also get an initiating resolution at the same time to consider the extension into these other districts that were recommended for consideration by the Planning Commission. So I see a consensus here.
Yes, we're good.
What he said.
That'll be enough for me today.
So just very quickly, we had our school liaison meeting this morning. They are going to be talking about the plan for back to school. It sounds like it's going to be very fluid because to try to have one plan right now without knowing what's going to happen is very difficult, but I think they'll be presenting the different plans. They did bring up, I think they're looking to Connect to play a large role because childcare is obviously going to be a factor if there is not 5-day-a-week school. So not, and let me be very clear that I'm not saying that schools are but when the children are not in school, they, to a certain age, do need supervision. So, I think Mr. Stevens is going to be there's a coordinating work group going on there. There is a talk, if you all remember, Mr. Regibald came a few years ago of having him come back, doing another joint meeting specifically on school and revenue impacts on both the city and the county. Mr. Eisenhower may remember more than that. I had a 1 o'clock call today with 2 members of the governor's staff. It was on the local government task force. They were just looking for suggestions and topics on ways that localities might need some assistance. We also discussed school reopening, PPE, that kind of thing. This morning at our school liaison meeting, Mr. Trivet talked about whether or not there was going to be some relief for communities that relied very heavily on tourism. So might the Commonwealth step in and help us in the future, make up some of our revenue loss? So I did bring that up today. Of course, they didn't agree to it immediately, but we'll see. Then I did want to bring up that we did get a letter from, oh my goodness, I've had it this whole time, Community of Faith, and just following up after our meeting last week. And I just wanted to give a couple of statistics if I could. Of the 125 guests, 60 were male, 40% were female. I won't go through the entire thing, but I'm sure that you can find this information online at www.cofm.info. 39% of their guests were employed. 18% were employed when they arrived. 21% were able to secure employment while being a guest at the shelter. So I think sometimes we get these preconceived notions about people who need help and need especially a homeless shelter in the wintertime. I think 39% employment rate is fairly high. So anyway, I just would urge people to go and to learn more about this organization and what they're doing, because I think this winter is going to be very tough for people in this community. So so I wanted to, and I thank Donnie for sending that to us. And that's the executive director. So if you all have any thing for we have the Tourism Council meeting next Tuesday. If you have any thing that you would like brought forward, please let me know. I have my finance meeting for that organization this Thursday. That is an open meeting. If you would like to join, please let me know. I'm not sure if it's in person or by Zoom. So, thank you.
All right, we had a PDC briefing today and talked about, bringing forward the issues we're having in James City County and other communities, and how they're affecting not only James City County, but across the board, as far as Busch Gardens not open and Water Country not being open, and and how it's affecting us and how it's affecting other communities. And we're gonna talk more about that at our meeting on Thursday. And, Thursday, we're gonna work out with PDC. I'll probably start at 8:30 and I'm gonna end up probably about 3 o'clock by the time I'm finished down in Chesapeake. And, we're also gonna work with HR TAC with MTA agreement, which is the master tolling agreement. We're very close. I think we'll get it across the line on Thursday. It's been 18 months of back and forth work, and it's been a heavy lift, but the team has done very well in order to get that in place so that we can take those funds from the tolling and put them back into roads. They won't just go back into the abyss. They'll go back in. With HR TAC, we're nothing but putting out roads. That's all we want to do is put out roads, and so we were able to work out a pretty good agreement with VDOT, and it took a while. It took longer than what we thought. Like I said, it was 18 months of work, hard work, and we're finally to the point where we're about the best we can get. There were a few more pennies, and Senator Mason, he was, how many more pennies you think you can get? And I said, all we can possibly get. So we had a good conversation on that as well during the meeting. And he said, well, it's amazing how well, I don't think anywhere in the United States has been able to put an agreement together like this one in order to get as much as they could back. And we talked about, this is a tax that we put on the citizens for roads. This money needs to come back to the roads, to the citizens, in order to put more roads in place. We're doing pretty good with our roads and our transportation, and I'm gonna keep pushing that and getting every little last penny I can find.
Mr. Hippel, I could just add to that you're interested in roads and mass transit.
Yes, that's right behind. Right in line.
And I'll just take the opportunity to say that I agreed to take on the role of president of the Virginia Transit Association for the next year. So.
Oh, there you go. Good job.
Don't want you to forget that.
No, we won't. We're trying to push that across. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a business council meeting on the 16th, and I've been doing those virtually, and it seems to be working fairly well. I think it'll be a while till we get back in person. I have agreed to be the business council's committee chairman for military affairs, and so I'm going to be participating in a phone call tomorrow to set up the structure of how we're going to operate for the next year, since they have now just gone to the new fiscal year for the chamber. They're on the same one we are now. They're at before they were on the calendar. And so that will kick off, and I'm hoping we can help tie some of our businesses and our high percentage of veterans and veterans organizations together for events once we're allowed to have events again. So, and on the 28th, I've agreed to actually go in person to Forest Heights. The Habitat for Humanity is doing a kickoff for 4 houses up there, and Janet Green has invited us, I believe, all to come say a few words if you want. So I've indicated I'll do that. And the only other thing I would like to make a point of is that one of the things that we did tonight was the Smartscape. I think that was number 13 on our consent agenda. And that there were 2 major items in there. And the second one was the terrible bottleneck we have at Airport Road at Moortown and Airport Road at Richmond Road. And I remember that when VDOT came and talked to us, they came up with a very ingenious method of dealing with that traffic system. And now we just get in line and get our money, and maybe we'll get something done. So
right after number 1, which is the Grove.
The Grove. Yeah, Grove is number 1.
Improvement.
Yep. Grove is number 1. But like I said,
that hard.
You got to get in line and get your hand out. So I don't know how long it'll take, but that's what we're looking forward to. And that's all I have. Anybody?
I just wanted to add one thing. So there was a lot of talk on the calls. So there was an email that went out late yesterday afternoon that said, newsflash, we're going back to phase 2, of which I almost had a heart attack. But we did not. And it's very interesting because I'm not saying, no numbers are good numbers, so please don't email me. I understand this is very serious, and I want people to be healthy, and I don't want anyone to die. I get it, but it's like, where do we, today in the governor's press conference, it was Tidewater. Well, there's a specific area where I believe the numbers are spiking, which is closer to the beach area. It's not so much here. Our numbers are rising, but still okay. But it's very apparent in every conversation that the governor is involved in, or any member of the governor's staff, it's wear your mask. So thank you, James City County, by the way, for these great masks. But, you know, and don't be a good Girl Scout and Boy Scout and just wear your mask, and don't put it on. Some of these young people that are working here this summer and being put in a position to have to remind people, or they're not creating the rules. The rules are being created in Richmond. So please wear your mask. We want to remain open. We want to remain open safely. And, you know, if they mess up on that side of the water, then we don't want Tidewater, Virginia to include James City County if we can help it. So it's just, you know, wear your mask, do what you're supposed to do. So thank you.
And I would say thank you again for the masks. I would ask if we have sizes that Michael and I need, because Fathead, I think, needs.
We do have a couple of large.
Okay.
Might need some extra large.
Extra large.
For the big
heads. Okay, now to reports of the county administrator.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I do want to just remind our public that county facilities are open. Some are by appointment only, so I would just encourage that they visit the website if they're unsure, or call us at 253-6728, 253-6728 to verify how they come to see us or get in touch with us. But we are open and here to serve. We'd also ask those visiting us not come to our offices if they're experiencing any COVID-like symptoms, and when possible, social distance. And Ms. Larson's point, please wear their mask when they're interacting with county staff. Chairman Eisenhower did share and asked me to sort of give an update that many of our citizens have noticed that James City County has seen an increase in our daily COVID counts. And so we have, as of today, 378 cases with 16 deaths. And while the increase that's going on is not totally unexpected, the governor and VDH officials are interested in slowing or reversing this increase throughout the Commonwealth. At his press conference today, Governor Northam shared his concerns specifically with Hampton Roads region or Tidewater area about the increasing rate of positivity related to the number of tests. And the state's been 5 to 6%. Our region, particularly east of us, is approaching closer to 10%. So there is some concern there. I participated in a conference call yesterday with our local Department of Health District and other Peninsula CAOs. They shared the increase in cases is primarily in young adults. It's people that think they're invincible, that fortunately their cases doesn't impact them as bad as some others, but they still carry the disease and pass it on. So there really is a focus on better education to our young adults. VDH is recommending mitigation measures to help slow the increase in case counts, and most of the mitigation is better enforcement of the existing rules, trying to get compliance through business community, voluntary compliance, and then better public education opportunities for our community. So I think you'll see more of that. To improve our number of cases, the basic message is the same. Wash your hands, practice social distancing, wear your mask when out in public. We're told there's still a large number of people who cannot or will not wear a mask. And again, that's a message that I think most of us are coming around to. It is difficult. I don't personally like the mask, but I am wearing them most of the time where I'd be expected to, and I'm trying to do better with that as we go forward. So I would just continue to encourage that. Per the CDC guidance, the wearing of our mask remains an important part of our efforts to slow down this disease. I will tell you locally, we have adequate personal protective equipment for our county staff and first responders. The Peninsula communities are still regularly talking about COVID and what is going on in our area, along with the Department of Health officials. And I will share that as of today, our hospitals have plenty of capacity for those who need their services, whatever they may be. And we continue to monitor that and be concerned about that. So the bottom line is asking all of us to do our part to protect those around us and wear a mask when out in public, follow social distancing, and wash our hands. And that's all I have, sir.
So, sorry.
Can you give them a update on Cox and your work with Cox, and they're coming along as far as Cause I beat Cox up quite a bit, so they're coming aboard pretty well, and you know, when somebody deserves credit, I want to send that out as well.
Well, we're not there yet, but
Not yet,
we are having really
but-
positive conversations with Cox Communications. Their CARES Act funding will allow us to pay them to extend cable to where students live. And so we have worked with the school system trying to pull in where students are, work with Cox. Cox doesn't want to share their service area maps for some business proprietary reasons, but they are willing to have conversations, and our county attorney and IRM director had really good conversation a couple of weeks ago. We have submitted maps to them. They're to be working on estimates back to us for short runs of cable. So if we have a dead-end street that maybe has 10 or 20 homes, I think it's pretty easy if the main line service cable is close by to run a coax cable down that line, which would provide internet service, which is what we're trying to do, would also provide cable service if residents had an interest in that. And so our hope is to be able to come back to the board in the near future with some areas and some costs and be able to ask them to proceed with that. They have told us many of these construction projects could move rather quickly, meaning months, not 6 or 12 months. And one of the caveats with the CARES Act funding is that the service would have to be in place by the end of 2020. We hope it'll be in service really close to the start of the school year. So hopefully September timeframe. That's pretty optimistic, but we are at this point. We've had a very good reception with Cox, and I feel very, very good about that. County Attorney, anything to add on the Cox discussion?
I think that'd be very good because that's going to help, you know, the school board as well. And I talked to the chairman as well and said, we're going to push this item and try to get it through. So the students, if depending on whatever the school board needs to do and the governor says we will do, then that may put some students out of school a certain amount of time possibly. And at least then they'll have the ability to go on the internet and get their school work and get everything they need and keep up. So, you know, that's another item that this board is doing to help the school board with all the other things that we have going on. And also on that, the band that's in Newport or Virginia Beach and all the broadband at the Circle that they call it, that they're putting in there, we're going to start, and we're going to talk about it tomorrow in the PDC, is when we start on the peninsula. We look like we're going to start sometime in the early fall and start getting that together and deciding how that's going to look on the peninsula and our end of the spectrum. So that's super speed coming our way. So we're going to push that as far into James City County as I can possibly get it.
So I just wondered, we've done a great job on social media. I wondered if we are going to do our own pushing out of trying to encourage those young whippersnappers to start paying attention and wear their mask and that, just to be cognizant of it.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's a great suggestion. We will push that out. We want to be in concert with VDH, so I think we could do some messaging ahead of that that's pretty bland. Okay. And then try to incorporate a little more that's building off what's being done more on a statewide basis, so we're reinforcing that same message. But I think absolutely that's a good thing for us to be doing. And maybe we might not have targeted the young adults, and we probably need to spend a little more effort helping them understand they're really at risk too.
Okay. And then I just wanted to bring up, I've had received some email regarding county staff, first responders, and mask wearing. And on 4th of July, there were 6 first responders that came out to participate in a parade. Unfortunately, they got called away, but they had their mask on from the get-go. And I don't know if any of you were here for the 4th of July, but it was very hot. I mean, they had it on before anybody walked up. And then on Monday, I was out for lunch during the day, and the 2 James City County Police were wearing the mask in their vehicles, got out to go into a restaurant with their mask. So all the employees come in here they're wearing their mask. I mean, there may be, just like we don't know other circumstances of people, because if you have a health issue, they are saying, so please don't assume anything, but I've seen great mask wearing by our employees, and I appreciate it.
Thanks for sharing that.
Hey, I believe at this point we need to go into closed session, but
Mr. Chairman, could I just suggest that we might want to take a 2 or 3 minute break before we do the resolution, maybe take a recess and then come back and.
Okay, if you're we'll take a recess for about 5 minutes. When we come back, we will call the
closed session.
JCSA to order because they're going to have a closed session as well simultaneously. So.
into order for the James City County Service Authority Board of Directors. Good evening, Mr. Powell.
Good evening.
Would you call the roll?
Mr. McGlinnan.
Here.
Mr. Hippel.
Here.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Here.
Ms. Larson.
Here. We don't have any presentations, public comment, any consent or public hearings. We just have one board consideration and would need a motion for closed session consideration of a personnel matter, the evaluation of the general manager pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Powell?
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye. So we will come out after to.
So you're in
we're
closed session?
We're in closed session.
All right, and I will get back to ours here, and I will have, looking for a motion to, for the consideration of personnel matter, the appointment of individuals to county boards and commissions pursuant to section 2.23711A1 of the Code of Virginia, and consideration of a personnel matter, the evaluation of the county administrator and county attorney pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia. Motion. Okay, Mr. Stevens, call the roll.
Mr. McGlinnan.
Aye.
Ms. Larson.
Aye.
Mr. Hippel.
Aye.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, we are in closed session.
this in
know how y'all
August.
used to do this. when you-
Call us all back into order, and I think you want to,
Yes, so we will come out of closed session. Is there a motion to certify?
Certify that we only spoke about those items we indicated we would speak about in closed session.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, if you'll call the roll.
Aye.
aye.
Aye. So if we can get a motion to adjourn until the regular meeting, sorry, I'm just pulling them up, July 28th at 4 p.m.
So moved.
All right, do we need miss?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now back, and I will look for a motion to certify.
Mr. Chairman, I move to certify that we only spoke about those items we indicated we'd speak about in closed session.
Okay, thank you. We have a call the roll, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a number of appointments to recommend.
Okay.
For the Clean County Commission, I'd like to nominate Alexa Provost for a term that will expire on May 30th of 2023. We'd like to appoint Kevin Radcliffe, Van Radcliffe, Glenn Carter, Rachel West, and Christopher Winstanley to terms that will expire in it's June 30th of I'm sorry, it's actually July 31st, 2023. And for the Williamsburg Regional Library, I would like to nominate Alicia Highland for a term which will expire in a 4-year term which would expire in 2024 on July 31st.
That's June 31st, I think.
I'm sorry, June 30th, 2024. Sorry. Would like to nominate Vince Campana III for a term on the Economic Development Authority with the term ending on July 31st, 2024. Nominate Judge Colleen Killalay for a position on the Colonial Community Criminal Justice Board for a term that will expire on July 31st, 2023. And would like to nominate Mr. Thomas Phelps for a term on the Williamsburg Area Arts Commission that will expire on June 30th, 2023, and to reappoint Robin Phillips to a term which will expire on June 30th, 2023.
Thank you.
I think that's all.
Very impressive.
So we have a motion, Mr. Stevens?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. We are down to adjournment. Take a motion to adjourn until 4 p.m. on July 28th for a work session. Motion. Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 4 hours and 10 minutes.